here we go. The microphone is on. The first question I've got is, Kate, why would your daughter bring a cow home? For the puppy. That poor puppy is probably running scared. Oh, you did say it moves, right? Anything that moves has got to be a cow, at least in my books. I haven't seen too many other animals do that. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you on board. And I'm sure that Kate is going to try to figure out what to respond to that. Oh, it is December the 30th. It makes a cow noises, a squeaky toy. Okay, a squeaky toy. All right. That makes more sense. It's not a cow then. Anyway, welcome everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Somebody was in there saying, I want to see lava. Well, what the heck is on the screen? That is lava. That's from Etna. It's lava. It's coming down the mountain. Lava on the screen, you guys. So all cool. Anyway, welcome to all of you. I will say welcome to our moderators first. Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and C&D Boy, and Gary at 24/7 Live. He's at Skies. Happy New Year, Gary. And it's actually not till tomorrow yet, but all good. Anyway, also possibly Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow in there somewhere as well as for the moderators. So welcome to the moderators. Glad to have you all on board. Also, for those wonderful people that are here, welcome to everyone. And I know some of you are in the future, but none of you are in 2023 yet, so I know that for a fact. If you are, then you're really in the future, and I want to know where you are. And how you got there, because I want that time machine. Anyway, let's get at things here. And it was Kim Raudenbush who made it in first. And Kim apparently pushed Pepper out of the way to get into the door. So that will be a kind of what it is. And of course, we got to give him cookies though. But yeah, Pepper wasn't too happy. Pepper's going to be biting Kim next time he sees. Gotta be a smart Pepper. As soon as he pulls that door open, you zip in there below his feet, trip him on the way in, and that way he doesn't make it past that doorway. Anyway, let's continue on here with everything. She forgives. That's a very kind of Pepper to forgive, and we gotta love it. Anyway, welcome to all of you. We'll start out by running through all the names and saying hi to everyone. And no, I didn't. I can't help if I sneezed. Oh, sure, Kim. Sneezing. I don't believe you. Anyway, we'll start out by saying hi to Sharon Stewart and John Raper and Kevin Haynes and Tom Dice and Kim Raudenbush, the guy who pushes the poor dog out of the way, Kevin Haynes and Sophie and Linda Schoof, welcome. And let's see, who else is in here? Kate, who has her whose daughter brought home a cow to play with the puppy, and all good. King Colin Deadman, well, welcome. 2 minutes left until the 31st. I see that. It's the 31st now, so officially for you, happy, what do they call it? New Year's Eve. And Maria says, I'm heading to bed. Good night, Maria. Damatoma. You take care of yourself, and we'll see you if you're going to bed. And good night, sleep well. Tanto from Spain is here saying, I will be here, or from France, I mean, saying, I will be here tomorrow. Cool. Dennis also back in. Oh Mummy of Hamsters is here. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. Lizoid made it in, and going up some more here. We got Oz is also on the channel. Oz, you'll be happy to know, I don't know if I mentioned it, but the Ute box is on the way to Brian. So he has the tracking number and everything. So just so you're aware of that. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. Oh, good. All right. Sandra Rockland also here. Welcome. And let's see who else we've got in the list. Sandra Rockland I got already there. All right. Going up some more. Looking for other wonderful names. Got Linda. Got Sue Hayes. And let's see, who else did we miss? Lots of people in here though, which is really good. We got that Lizoid, we got Oz, we got Kim, and still scrolling. And let's see who else we've got here. Looking for more wonderful names. Just scrolling really, really quickly now, looking for others. And so far I'm not seeing anyone that I haven't mentioned yet. Hopefully we will. Brian, Perfectibility 999 is in here as well. Welcome. And Nandor, welcome. Good to have you on board. And let's see who else we've got. Let's see, Lizoid. No, we got him already. Still scrolling up here, looking for more names. I'm up as far as I could get, so all good. All the way back down to the bottom. See who else I might have missed down there. Grandma B is in the house. Welcome, Grandma B. And Mona Alfano, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And did we miss anyone else on the bottom here? We got Kate, we got Sue, we got Oz. And I think we're good for names right now. Anyway, in case I did see you all tomorrow at the countdown to New Year's Eve. Woohoo! I am grateful for another whole year of lovely people. And looking forward to the next one. Hugs from Maria. Awesome, Maria. And we got me. Sophie, we got you. I think we got you a few times, Sophie. Somebody's handing out carrots. Did we forget the wonky donkey? I didn't see him sneaking in the door here. For a donkey, that is pretty sneaky. Where is that donkey? I don't see him for some reason. He must have been on a diet or something. Wonky donkey, are you dieting? I don't see you anywhere. Maybe he'll pop back in. Maybe he's gone invisible. Mars 2028 is also in. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. And yeah, I don't know. I don't see the wonky donkey anywhere. Maybe it's one of those mystery things. Maybe he's hidden me. Oh, there he is. I see him now. I see him. So not a problem. All right, there he is. And he does look a little skinnier. Are you trying to diet, a wonky donkey? Anyway, oh Mummy of Hamsters, where are you, Trav, Peekaboo? Yeah, he's in there. He's looking like he's taking a crash diet for some reason. I lent him my cloaking device. Okay, Kim, I knew something was up. and maybe carrots and pizza for the wonky donkey. I think you might need that. I see a bunny came to eat, which is really cool, and that is always nice. That's the second bunny for today, and that is nice. And let's see, what else we got? Yeah, let's get at the stream. So, looking at what we've got on the screen, of course, that is our wonderful Mount Etna in Sicily. And it's been pretty much steady as she goes, fairly quiet, nothing super wild or anything like that. Anyway, we can go back a little bit to where it started getting dark. You can see the lava flow a little bit better going down the hill. Makes a little more sense when you're looking at it rather than just in the dark. And of course, I turned off my mouse pointer. Let's turn that back on. There we go. This area here, and that is where the 2,800 meter mark is. And of course, you see the lava flowing down in this direction, and then it turns 90 degrees and heads down the hill. And of course, that is what we are seeing. We know it's a long, long ways from any homes or any buildings or anything like that, so there's no issue there whatsoever at this point. But it is continuing to eject lava from that fissure. Very interesting and very cool. And if we go to the other shot, that should be this one here, a little bit further out, we can take a look at what it looks like behind the hill and where the smoke is coming from. And let's wait till it gets us there in a second or so. There we go. And you can see, well, this is coming from down here, so this is going straight up. We do see this extra smoke here, but there's also smoke coming up behind here from the southeast crater, and that is kind of what is continuing to go on. So the primary one up top is smoking. The southeast one does have lava coming out. Unfortunately, we can't see that one. Even if we go to the other view, it is very difficult, and that would be this view here, and there you can see the smoke coming out of the southeast crater. This is from 4:26 p.m. There in Sicily. You can see the primary vent up top. There's the back side. The other stuff we were looking at is on the other side of this mountain over here. So that is the southeast crater, and it's doing its thing. And you know, it's not visible for us, unfortunately, right now. But moving it back to here, this is what we've got. That's the lava we're seeing flowing out, and looks pretty cool, pretty normal. And we'll see what happens in the future. I'm going to put that back on live, and there we go. And we will carry on. We'll go to our next destination. Since there's nothing really exciting there. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to post a link. And Sue sent me this link earlier. And it's concerning the possibility of an eruption at Mount Vesuvius, or over at Campi, right beside Naples. So if you guys want to bookmark this and watch it later, it is a little bit longer. It is very, very interesting though, and that is what we've got there. It is a really, really good video, and it gets into a lot of explanations as to what could happen. And of course they talk about the history, Pompeii history, and so on. And it's, I think, somewhere around 51 or 52 minutes long. A worthwhile watch, if you ask me. and I did enjoy it. Oh, 42 minutes, my bad. But I learned a lot about the area. So did I. I was not aware of that the physical size of the caldera there, and the fact, like, I knew Campi was a super volcano, but I didn't realize how big it is. It's that whole bay. And it's like, oh wow, yeah, it's absolutely huge, and if it were to pop, we'd have some problems. And Mona Alfano, did I say hi to you? Welcome. Anyway, that link is worthy of bookmarking and having a look at it. So be pretty cool. Being in South Greenland, what? 4.6. Okay, interesting. I will take a look. Mount Vesuvius, rest in peace, Pompeii, and everything within range. And yeah, and apparently there's, if it does go, there are over 4 million people in that general area, and that would be a real catastrophe. And yes, you did, Dr. Fox, but I love hearing you say it again. All right, I'm Mona Alfano. Thank you. Anyway, let's go over to where I wanted to go next, and I believe that was our wonderful place called, oh, hang on, we got to go look at something else before we go there. We wanted to go to Iceland, but we're going to go look at, even though they've got a splotchy thing on the screen there, I want to show you the skies at Fuego right now. And that is that's a Fuego at sunset time. I thought that looked pretty cool. That is kind of neat. So yeah, just a quick shot. Unfortunately, they got that box open again. I have no idea why they show it there or what that is actually for. I can't read it, but that is okay. And yeah, it's a nice looking color of sky, and very cool, very interesting. Let's go over and pretty. Yeah, it is. And why is it so dark there? Holy mackerel. Let me take a look and see. It looks really dark. I'm going to put that back on higher quality. Something happened to their camera. Wonder what. That, of course, is in the city of Reykjavik. And we'll go back about 10 hours and give you an idea what it looked like during the day there in Iceland. And that certainly does look nice. That is a very good-looking scene. And you can see the wonderful mountains in the background, blue skies up top. So very cool. Fuego, yeah, that was breakfast, but that was the supper screen that we were watching. Kim. Anyway, looks nice there. It doesn't look like any more snow on there. Matter of fact, a little bit more melting perhaps. And we can see that they still have a lot of snow on the ground here as well. It is still fairly cold there, so all good. Anyway, we'll put that one back on live. Let's take a look at the other one. The other one seems to be a little darker as well. I wonder, did something happen here with the settings? Maybe they adjusted the settings. But anyway, that is our wonderful city of Reykjavik, capital city of Iceland. We'll back that one up about 10 hours as well, so we can see what that looks like. During the day it looks beautiful, and there you go. And of course you notice the sun angle is fairly low, and that of course is because, hey, they are so far north and it is that time of the year. But we are starting to get longer days. Even here in Edmonton it is noticeable. It's 5:15 p.m. here now, and there is still a little bit of light in the sky. which is better than what we had last week. So I gotta love it. We lost most of our 2 feet of snow from a Christmas storm. 50 Fahrenheit there. Linda, that's probably a good thing. You don't want that white stuff anyway. You had your white Christmas. It's time for it to melt. Anyway, let's carry on, and we'll go over to our other places. And of course, I got to adjust the quality here. That should be 1080. And we'll back up about 10 hours as well on this one. And this will give you a beautiful view of Katla. And there you go. You can see the nice clear blue skies in the northern northeast area, and a very a big snow pile over there on top of Katla. Looks pretty awesome. And you even have some people there wandering around, which is pretty cool. But that is what it looked like there today. I didn't see any eruptions of any kind, unfortunately. And maybe one day we will. I'll put that back on live. We'll go to our next camera. And of course, this is the camera out on the Reykjanes Peninsula. Very close to the water. It's a little bit windy there. That's why the camera's shaking a bit. You do see the a beam of light going by every once in a while. That is from the lighthouse, because we are very much so on the peninsula. And well, maybe the lighthouse light isn't going to show again. There it is. We see it. All right, cool. And of course, there's the power plant here. You can see the towers beside the town of Grindavik, and there's Grindavik all lit up, and that is pretty awesome. If we go back in time, and let's go back 10 hours to be fair on everything, and there we go. We see some people driving around in the area here. I don't know what the heck they're doing, but they're there. You see the steam geysers here and over here, and then of course at the power plant, they're using that steam for generating electricity, geothermal power. All cool, but the other geyser vents here are uncontrolled and are continuing to steam the way they always have in the past. So pretty awesome. Anyway, that is what it looks like there right now. Going to put that one back on live as well. And you see the camera shaking a little bit more, and notice the plumes here are heading to the I guess it'd be northwest. It would be the direction, and that is moving fairly quick. They're not going up and over. They're just being blown over. So hence the reason for the camera shaking. Makes sense to me. Anyway, I'm going to put it back on one of these here so we can find that later. And let's pop over to the harmonic tremor chart. This one, of course, is Fragedalfjall, the area where Ragnar and Siggy's Fissure is. And of course, that is our favorite area, and we're looking at what we've got. So we see a bunch of little spikes in here. I should refresh that. It's not quite up to date. There we go. And it is showing an upward trend right now. I like that. Hopefully it'll keep going up, but again, as I mentioned, we see the little tremors in that area. We'll see what's going on with those. Real quick peek at the one from Grindavik, and Grindavik, of course, is to the southeast. Actually, let's stop here for a second. Just look at Grimsey, the northernmost point, the little island up north there, and north of Iceland, main island of Iceland. So we do see it go up and kind of stay steady. So not really too much to report there. And here's the Grindavik chart. We see it go up, and we see it go down, and it comes back up. So upward trend on both of them. Interesting indicator. We'll see what the one at Krusuvik is doing as well. So we do see these spikes in here, not as big as the ones that were in the Fjeld area. Let's see if we can find Kristuvik really quick and have a look at that one. And let's see, where are you? There is a Kristuvik, and we only see one spike in there at Kristuvik, but we do see it has an upward trend as well. So whatever it is that is causing that upward trend is probably a tectonic in nature, due to the fact that all three are showing about the same upward trend for that local area. Going to put it back on Fjeld here. Give me a second, and then we will go over to the a wonderful earthquake map. Oh, I messed that up just a little bit. There we go. All right, so that's where it's set. Let's get over to our earthquakes. And in the last 24 hours, that number has gone down a bit, by the way. I was watching earlier, and it was at 52, 53, and now we're down to 34. And 34 in the last 24 hours. So a little bit of relief there in Iceland as far as the shakers are concerned. One of the things I wondered is that the one still up north there, yep, up on the top, 1.22 we see up here. And let's see what that one says. It's 10 kilometers down, 8:59 a.m. For that one. And that's way up north. So that's way past the island of Grimsey. Here's Grimsey right there. And that one is way out there already. We got this 0.95, also 10 kilometers down, 3:14 a.m. Then a 0.71, also 10 kilometers down from 11:22. Sliding down a bit. We don't see a heck of a lot going on there. Nothing at Herdebrede. We do see this 0.5 at Astja, and 11.4 kilometers down for it. 17:55 was the time on that one. We don't have anything at Bardabunga or Grimsvatn today, so all quiet. And here's another one of those unpronounceable names. 0.27 on this one, 4 kilometers down, 2:50 a.m. for him. This other one, 3:22 a.m., 0.29, and 2.2 kilometers down. And let's slide over a little bit more, and let's have a look at this. I have one at Katla. That is at 0.92 in magnitude, 5.6 kilometers down, 10:14 a.m. was the time on it. Then the latest quake, this 1.5, and that is 5.3 clicks down. 21:33 was the time on it. The unpronounceable name over here, magnitude 1, 5.2 kilometers down, 21:04, or sorry, 21:01 is the time on it. Speaking of fours, there is a 0.4 up here, and 2.3 kilometers down from 1949. There's Hekla over here, so this is kind of in between. That is kind of the corner of the plate, so that's the North American side. This is the Eurasian side. Let's take a look at this little swarm here, 3 or 4, and very small, 0 right there, 7.2 kilometers down, 3:09 a.m., then 0.92, and that one is 8.5 kilometers down, 3:09 a.m. as well. Then we've got a 0.8, 7.7 kilometers down, 6:47 a.m. And the other one right beside it is a 0.1, 7.8 kilometers down, 6:47 a.m. for him. And nothing very serious there. And of course our Reykjanes Peninsula. Let's have a look and see what we've got here. 5 minutes till break, thank you. And unpronounceable, you mean no, that's not what it is. It's not a far. Never mind. I can't pronounce that either. There, Kim. Anyway, from 1846, a 0.6, 6.9 kilometers down. Then we've got this one, 0.87, 8.1 clicks down from 10:40 a.m. Then getting a little closer to some of our other activity there. This is 1.09, 5.1 kilometers down, 5:25 a.m. for this one. And a 0.66, and that is getting a little bit closer. That actually, there's two there. This is Krisovic, so 619.66, 5.2 clicks down, and he's sitting on top of another one, 0.54, 5 kilometers down, 6:26 a.m. For him. We don't see anything. You see the outline here? That is a Philadelphia, and in here. That's where our Ragnar lives. Ragnar's right there, and Siggy Fisher right here. And we're not seeing any quakes in the area, so very quiet. Makes you wonder what the heck is going on. We need lava. We demand lava. Those lava workers are taking their holidays or something. Anyway, 6:39 a.m., a 0.02 and 3.3 kilometers down. Here's another one that we've got. This one is 8:02 a.m., 0.58, 5.1 kilometers down for him. And then we've got this one, 0.6, 3.6 kilometers down, and that is at 2013. And of course, this one out here, Rakens, that might be the area where we see our wonderful steam vents. So pretty cool and pretty awesome. But anyway, let's look at these other ones. 0.5, 4.1 kilometers down, 1932 for him. This 1.2, 4.8 kilometers down, 1934. From 2001, we had a 1.3, 4.4 kilometers down, and then a 0.5, 4.3 kilometers down from 1928. There's also a 0.1, I should say, 5.4 kilometers down from 1:39 a.m. I don't believe, I was going to say I don't believe there's anything else further out, but there is. Let's get them while we're here. 0.69, 10 clicks down, 1:08 a.m. for him. 0.79, also 10 kilometers down, 1:39 a.m. This 0.99, also 10 kilometers down, 7:11 in the morning, and that's your slurpy kind. And 0.73, 10 kilometers down from 1:13 a.m. There we go. Barfengarf. No, it's not Barfengarf. It's something totally different there. They tore Betty's house down. Who tore Betty's house down? Oh no, Sasha. Why would they want to do that? Now Betty's got no place to live. 2-minute warning. Thank you, Sue. Or is that what Betty had to get out? A 2-minute warning. And I'm trying to figure out who Betty is. Sasha. Explain. Which Betty? It's not Betty White. Betty White. Oh, is it Betty White's house? Why would they want to tear her house down? Those are mean people. Anyway, that is it for our earthquakes there in Iceland. I hope that makes a lot of sense to you guys. And Betty is 6 feet under right now. Yep, if that's the same Betty I'm thinking. Betty White. Okay, it was sold. Oh, somebody bought it and demolished it. And he could have turned it into a museum. And she was a very, very famous person, I thought. I respected her as she lived a long life and gave a lot of performances for everyone. So my hats off to Betty White. Definitely one of a kind that is a true entertainer for the most part. Anyway, I can't say anything bad about her. I don't know her personally or didn't know her personally, so She is my absolute hero, Uncle Doc. Yeah, that is awesome. And yeah, loved animals. She was a kind person too, and that was something that we do recall and really do appreciate. So anyway, I'm going to put you back onto the lava of Mount Etna, and we're going to get onto a break here. I got hiccups for some reason. Anyway, don't know why. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, please do consider hitting it to help us out. It is the cheapest and most economical way to support the stream. Please hit it. And we're trying to get over 100, of course, for the stream. Also, if you're new, sitting on the outsides, you are, what is Barf and Garf? It's a volcano, wonky donkey. It's a volcano. If you haven't yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing. That would be awesome. Anyway, on that, 2 meters. Oh, that's metric. There you go. Tom is in the U.S., so they go they go by the feet, not by meters. Anyway, I will go take that break. Keep smiling, be good, and don't go away, you guys. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thanks. And that microphone is on. Boy, doing that foxtrot is really, really hard. Oh, I'm all out of breath. Holy mackerel. It's no wonder my tongue was hanging out. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from John and Tanto and Kevin Haynes. Eek, Wet Cat, hi Hermione and Wet Fluffy, and thank you Omami of Hamsters for the welcome back Uncle Doc, and thank you Oz and Mona Alfano, and Sue Hayes and Kevin Colin Deadman. Holy mackerel, too many names in here. Mistral animal. Mistral fox. Okay, no worries. Anyway, all good. Thanks, Casey, as well there, and Sasha, and Colin, and whoever else. We got Colin Deadman and Colin. We got two Colins in here, so all good. Anyway, let's see. Of course, we have Etna on the screen. We already talked about that. We had a look at Iceland already. Let's go over to the Azores and see what we've got going on there. And hopefully more than just nothing. Okay, that is a little too wide. Let's fix that up. All right, that shot, of course, you see the wonderful harbor here that's all lit up. And the town, one of the towns. We are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you say it in Portuguese. You can see the lights of Pico Island along here, and they're not as visible as they could be, but they are visible, so we know that the weather isn't that bad there. A quick peek at what it looks like there at the little cove where we kind of measure how hard the waves are coming in. We do see some white water here. So seas are not that comfortable. If you're going to go out there, take at least your mid-sized yacht so you don't be bobbing up and down too much and get seasick. Let's go to the next shot, of course, and that will be our earthquakes. And we'll take a look at that. I want to get that wider again. There we go. And click on that one. 1.8 from 12:38 was the time on it, their time. And that is all we see for today's earthquakes. That, mind you, is only for the island of São Jorge here, and doesn't count for the other areas. And that's indicated being fairly far east in comparison to most of the other ones. So pretty cool, pretty neat. Let's go to the other map. We're going to refresh that one so we can take a look and see what we have for quakes. Going to make that a little bigger for you and hide some of those commercials. All right, first thing we notice, we actually have two here on São Jorge. I'm trying to zoom in here. Or is it? No, it's only one in São Jorge 12 hours ago, 1.8. And there's the island São Jorge. This is a Pico Island, a Pico volcano right there. And if we zoom in, you can have a better look at it. And is actually not bad. A very interesting caldera up top. Doesn't look like it's too deep of a rim. And it has filled itself up pretty neat. Anyway, Fayal Island over there as well. And the other one over here is where the other volcano is, and that is Terceira, and that is this guy here. So hopefully neither one of them will erupt, and they can stay yellow for a while. We did see the other quake way over here, and that is 9 hours ago, 2.5 in magnitude, 9.3 miles down, or 15 kilometers in depth. But that is from, what's the time on it? 3:04 a.m. or p.m. Sorry, 3:04 p.m. 16:04 GMT, and that gives you a pretty good idea of what is going on there. So really not much to report there, only the two quakes. Of course, that's the Eurasian plate. This is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a North American plate on this side, and down here, of course, this is the African plate on this side of the East Azores fault, and that is what we're looking at. So let's carry on with other stuff, and we will pop over to, I guess, well, we'll look at the Fuego. Why not? It's there. It's already on the screen. That is supposed to start out at Popocatepetl, but hey, I'll play games. I see some people wandering on here. People taking pictures. I hope this thing doesn't pop really big and throw tephra all the way out there. Those are in a danger zone. Danger, danger. Anyway, we did see this thing popping a couple of times. We did see the wonderful sunset that was looking like that. A very orangey sky, golden orange, very nice looking, and I thought that was pretty neat. And we did see some pluming at that point in time, right around here. And of course, they cover up the clock with this thing in the way. But as we kind of push it ahead, you can see a lot of that material seems to be going off in the other direction, away from the camera, and possibly down the hill on the other side. So it may have recreated the top a little bit, because we were seeing a lot of it just come down more over here on this side before, and the caldera may have changed slightly with the amount of blasts that come out of it, which is really quite cool. And let's see, we did have a really big eruption earlier here. Let's see if I can get to it. I don't believe that was this one yet, and this one was a fair size though, just advancing it. And again, it didn't really look like it was popping out as quick on this one, but it kept on going for a while. And that is, you know, a pretty good indicator that this stratovolcano wants to continue its Strombolian action as we see it. So, there we go. You can see it just kept on coming and coming and coming. So definitely putting out a lot of material. And let's see, there was another really big one we wanted to look at earlier on, and let me just find it here. That might not be it. No, further back there, that would be this one, or just about. No, that wasn't that one either. It was prior to that. This guy. So if we go ahead a little bit and just to line us up time-wise, there we see that is before we had the block thing on here. 10:33 a.m. is roughly the time on it. You can see the smoke and ash and tephra and everything else billowing out. Very neat and very interesting. You see some of the ash plume dropping back down, and that is very cool. Uh-oh, what happened there? Darn it. I must have rubbed on it a little too much. Anyway, there, back to that spot. And the interesting part about that ash plume, that video that I had shown earlier was very fascinating, because they did point something out that was very interesting about Mount Vesuvius, you know, when it was erupting, and how it erupted, and how that ash plume went up to, you know, whatever height, 20-30 kilometers in the air, a very high height. But when the push stopped from the stuff ejecting and pushing it up, that flow was gone, and the whole whatever was being pushed up from the hot air, from the exhausting gases and so on, no longer had that upward momentum, and it all dropped down. And it's like apparently it collapsed upon itself and created all kinds of tephra flows in every different direction, and of course lots of ash and everything else. And that was the same kind of scenario what they figure Pompeii did when Pompeii happened from Vesuvius. And that is what created the pyroclastic blast clouds coming out, doing their thing. So pretty cool stuff. Anyway, this is what, as you see, I haven't really pushed it from 10:33 to 10:35, and we see about 3 minutes here already, and it just kept on putting material out. Not as high a velocity as what we were seeing previously, but still dumping out a whole bunch, and very cool to see that. I like it. And let's see if we go back a little bit more. I don't know what else we had in here. Let's see if we can see anything in the wee hours. There was, oh yeah, there was that other big one in the very early morning hours, 7:11 onward or thereabouts, and that was pretty cool looking as well. And again, it was one of those sustained eruptions where it would continue for quite some time. You know, this is already 9 minutes later, it's still going, right? So these aren't just the small bursts, and that is pretty cool. And Geoplanet Jane is here. Welcome, Jane. Good to have you on board. Anyway, that is Fuego. Let's leave it there and put it back on live. Next one, of course, Popocatepetl. And, that doesn't want to go on live. It should be darker than that there. That is the wrong time. And, of course, this one shows the right time, but it is in clouds. So maybe we can see it if we go back a little further in time. We did see some weird looking clouds in here right around here, and let's see if that showed anything. Maybe not. Well, I don't know if there is something coming out of the volcano or not at that point in time. It's really too hard to tell, but let's see if we can get back a little bit earlier in time to actually see the volcano. And yeah, we can. And that is 7:06 a.m. It wasn't quite covered in cloud yet, but it's not doing a heck of a lot. And now it'll allow me to go back and into the early morning hours. It gives us the extended time here. And really nothing coming out. So no major reports on anything. If we go back to about, I think here, we might see just a tad bit of lava cooking in there. This was at 4:11 a.m. and there you can see the glow at the top of Popocatepetl. And if we leave that for a second, well, we can advance it a little bit. We do see it was pluming out of there. And I don't know if there's any lava that got ejected, or if that is just the glow of the lava on the ash and other material that it's throwing out. Looks like the lava monster is burying it. I'm trying to stuff it back in the bottle. Anyway, that is pretty awesome to see. Like plumage, yeah. It is a plumage, and that is from the wee hours. So pretty awesome there. Let's leave that guy be, and we got 5 minutes. Let's talk about something else for 5 minutes. Well, first we'll take a look at Momotombo. that is what it was like earlier today. We see a fair amount of off-gassing coming straight towards the camera, so very difficult to tell, and we probably won't see it now. We see 2 stars, but that is it. We can't see the volcano. It's in here somewhere. I know it is. But that's not what I want to yak about. Let's go here. And this is an interesting site. Let's see if I got that a little bit better. We'll kill the other one in the background. Basically, it's entitled, the article is entitled, What Are Mud Volcanoes? And there are certain areas on the planet where, you know, of course, geologically, you have all kinds of different material coming up, being pushed up. And in some places, of course, you have lava. Some places you have a bunch of gas. The gas is responsible for all of it, though. And what we see here is a spot where they had basically a mud volcano erupting, and they attempted to build a dam around it, and it didn't work. So this particular article, this was, what's this, is enlarge, or we can actually enlarge that picture, and I'll see it on there. Anyway, then we can probably change that to this one so you can see it better. There we go. So what they basically were saying, that they created this big berm around everything, but to no avail. It kept on doing its thing. So did the one in Indonesia ever get stopped? Jane, this is the one in Indonesia, and I don't think they did ever stop it. So let's get rid of that for a second, and I'm going to put it back on the article here, and we'll just go through whatever we've got here. So rice farmers living in this area here, this Sidoarjo Regency, Indonesia, woke up to a strange sight on the 29th of May 2006, and that is what they were seeing is this flow all over the place, and that was pretty nasty, and mud everywhere, and it just spewing out. Anyway, alarmed residents evacuated, hoping to wait it out. The eruption safety stuff, whatever. Anyway, yeah, let's see what it was here. The government eventually succeeded in stopping the mud's advance, but not before flows had wiped out a dozen villages and forced 60,000 people to relocate. So that is a pretty large number of people having to go. Now this video is on YouTube. I don't know if it'll play here, but that is what they showed, and that was a gas, of course, doing its thing as well, and that is pretty interesting. You can see the mud and flames and everything else happening there, and wow, you know, that's pretty cool, you guys. So wasn't it started by some drilling operation? I have no idea what it actually caused it, but that is pretty bizarre to see it reigniting like that. And really makes you wonder how that works and what kind of gas is coming out of there, that it would ignite as soon as it hits oxygen. So pretty wild. And here's some of that flow, and makes you wonder what you know, what could actually stop that, you guys. But that is pretty scary. Anyway, mud volcanoes are a little known in North America, but much more common in other parts of the world, including not only Indonesia, but Azerbaijan, Trinidad, Italy, and Japan. So those are some of the places that you'll see that. And that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. Anyway, I just figured we'd throw that in just before the break. And the next place, of course, we'll go is Merapi, and we'll see what happens there. In the meantime, I think I'm going to give you some canned lava again from, oh, let's see, what's this one look like? And we'll see if we can show you that canned lava. And this, of course, was from Hawaii, our wonderful Fisher 3 up on Mauna Loa. We'll do that, and we'll leave it on for the break. So enjoy that. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it if you are enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing if you feel that we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I am your host, DrFox2000, here in cold, well, actually it's not so cold, but it's minus 11 Celsius here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. And after that, we will look at bacon seeds. Yay! And then we'll carry on with our show. So keep smiling, play nice in the funky colored lava. And here comes some music. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Oz. And filled 3 32-gallon trash cans, 7 large containers. Christmas finally packed up or packed away. Took all a day. Whew. Okay, Grandma B, way to go. Sounds like a lot of fun. Anyway, thank you, Tanto and Mummy of Hamsters, for the welcome back, and Mars 2028. And I hear you now, Sharon Stewart says. And welcome back from Kevin as well, and Sasha, and Kananaskis Country, and Kim Rowdenbush, Bluetooth earphone died, so I'm on the night, since my phone speaker is already dead. That is not good. You were a busy lady, Grandma B. Yep, she sounded like she was busy. Stay safe, Kim. Yeah, Kim, sorry to hear that your Bluetooth died. And thanks, Wonky Donkey. Anyway, we did promise bacon seeds, so let's get over there and do those. And of course, this was the last one from yesterday. And of course, we will take a look and see what else Piggy sent today. And let's get to the first one. And here's the first bacon seed for today. That guy looks a little chubby. And what a nice picture. And that is an awesome looking little fella. We like it. And that is a pretty piggy. Yeah, gotta like that. Next one on our bacon seed list. Valentine's with Christmas decorations. I guess somebody just loves their pig, and that's a smiling pig. I'm so glad that the store I work in quit playing Christmas songs. They were driving me batty. Yep, it's just about time to turn that Christmas music off on my channel as well. Anyway, we'll do that tomorrow night, of course, once the new year hits. Anyway, that is a cutie, getting a little rub under the chin and smiling and looking pretty awesome. Gotta love the little guys. They are so cute. And let's see what else we've got. This one is eating some food. This is just a little guy. And definitely munching, having some festive dinner, I guess. So pretty cool. And Tanto says, I have to go to bed. Have a good night. See you tomorrow, all lava lovers. Good night, Tanto. Sleep well, pleasant dreams. And let's get to our next bacon seed, and that is this one. He seems to be out and about in the field somewhere doing his thing. Very cool, and always nice. And let's see, we'll grab the next one here. That one doesn't look like he's starving either. Nice and plump. And hey, this one's having a drink of coffee, trying to get going. Must be an early morning piggy. So pretty awesome. Gotta love it. And very tiny, very young little bacon seed, if you ask me. And that is pretty awesome. And let's get to our next one. Caffeinated piggy. Yep, definitely. Something anyway. Here's the next little cutie. And that is a cutie. That's got a real nice smile and peeking in between the logs. You can't beat that. that is a very cute little piglet doing the ballet, drinking coffee. Yep. This little guy, yep, he's definitely fuzzy. He's the kind that you can rub your balloons on and stick the balloons to the wall. And Mars 2028 says, I'm going into the Lurkers Lounge while I get ready for work tomorrow. I have to go in early tomorrow. That is not good. Well, I guess the last day of the year, you got to do what you got to do. And speaking of last, here comes our last bacon seed for today. And that is this little guy. And that is a little smiley, little tiny bacon seed. So, very awesome. And you gotta love it. And a very good looking little guy. And that is it for our wonderful bacon seeds. And thank you, Piggy, very much for sending those in. That was very kind of you, as always. And I hope that everything is all good there. And we'll see what we can come up with tomorrow for some bacon seeds for the last ones for this year. That'll be cool. But anyway, for right now, time to go check out some of the other volcanoes. And the one I was just getting ready to show is now buffering, and somebody went and put a name in front of it and all kinds of things. So we'll back it up a little bit and just to see. We see the camera shaking at Merapi, and I'm wondering what the heck is going on there, because the trees aren't moving as much as the camera is. And I'm wondering if they've got quakes happening, but we see their little yellow line on the bottom here. It really is not showing any kind of seismic activity, and makes a person wonder. Does look like the clouds, of course, are wrapping up the top of the caldera. We can't see a darn thing. Let's go back a little bit in time. This is approximately 3 hours ago. That'll get us back to about 5 a.m., I think, or something like that. Maybe. Will it go? Maybe it won't go. Let's see if we can get that going. Unless they kill the stream. How about right here? Will that go? Yep, that will. And there you can actually see a spot of lava. Isn't that a lovely spot of lava? We like it. And it got a little brighter, and it started glowing. And scrolling down, or it will roll down the hill a little bit. So finally some bacon at Merapi, and that is pretty cool. So hopefully we miss our Piggy. Yeah, she's doing something like sleeping, and I hope she's getting some sleep. I find that as of late she seems to be sleeping a little bit better, so I'm very happy for her. It is the wee hours of the morning for her right now, so she may have stuff planned for tomorrow morning. Anyway, yeah, that is wonderful to see a little bit of bacon coming out of our wonderful Merapi. Usually we don't see that as of late. You do see the seismic activity indicated here, and looks like they did have a little bit of a tremor or something. But let's go back a little bit more, see what else we've got here. And earlier on it was totally encapsulated, and looks like it was trying to make itself a lenticular cloud. And there you can see the formation of that cloud, kind of like a hat. So Merapi wearing a hat, not unusual. If we go back even further in time to yesterday, it was capped off as well. But on occasion you can see a little bit of glow in here, so you know there's some activity going on within that caldera up top. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it as well as we could. This, of course, going all the way back into, what is that? That'd be 8:45 p.m. Their time yesterday, which is actually today, or anyway, they're over the international date line, so they're in the future. Anyway, that's what we were seeing there. Let's put that back on live. It may still be buffering. Yep. No, but somebody put something right in the middle of the screen. Let's take a look, though, here. We'll go over and have a look at New Zealand. This is Mount Ruapehu. And Mount Ruapehu, what I've been summoned to the golf cart. Henry Nelson, you be careful, and hope that you're not going to hit anything with that golf cart. And use it for cover if you need to. And, okay, at the airport? No, I don't think he's at the airport. I think he's at the golf course. At least that's what I'm assuming. If he's playing golf in the airport, we got a problem. Just remember, play it where it lies. So if it ends up on a 747 wing, you got to get out there and do that. Watch out for flying golf balls. Yep, those are dangerous. Anyway, Mount Ruapehu, New Zealand, looking pretty awesome. We do see some clear skies. It is 14:22 in the afternoon for them, so 2:22 if you want to call it that in the normal time. And there we go. We see the chart. I'm going to refresh this one. This, of course, is for Taupo, and we'll drop that link for you guys real quick in case somebody wants this chart, since I don't have that listed anywhere else, and you guys can follow along. But quick peek at it. There you go. This will give you the basic idea of what's going on there. Looks like in the last 24 hours, a little bit higher than normal activity, but nothing really outrageous. We don't see any big spikes or anything like that, so I'm thinking it's still pretty quiet. I'm not going to worry about it, and we'll leave it be. Didn't see anything erupting, so that is all good. And we'll take a quick look here. This will give you a better understanding of what it looks like there today. Other than them driving on the wrong side of the road, everything is pretty normal. And you can see Mount Ruapehu right back there. Just see it, and it is there. So that is pretty awesome. And of course, the lake is the caldera for Taupo. And that is the physical size of the caldera, which makes it pretty darn big. Okay, you wouldn't want that thing to go off. Anyway, that is it for there. We're going to put that back over onto this one, and we'll go to Semeru next. And let me get on the right screen. That would be this one. Of course, Mount Semeru hiding behind clouds as well. And down on the bottom right-hand side there, you can see the roadway where they always try to drive through and do their thing. And that doesn't look too bad. So anyway, we'll back that one up, see if we can see any lava flow from earlier. And not really. We do see less smoke, but still off-gassing fairly heavily at that point. And let's see, going back a little more, not sure if that is lava or not right there, but we do see it continuing to throw out that gas. And let's see if we can get past the they did zoom in for a while, so this is actually kind of nice. There we go, and that is zoomed in. Let's see what that does. No, that one won't work. Anyway, that is what it was looking like earlier. And you do see some lava. You see the top of the caldera up here where most of that smoke is. and this is kind of just oozing out of the side. So we do have some bacon. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And yeah, that looks pretty cool. I like it. And earlier than that, we did have it in more of a nighttime scene. There you can see that bacon flowing. 4:28 a.m. is the time at that scene. So that was pretty nice. Some bacon flowing down the side of that mountain, and that is pretty awesome. I like it. I like it, and I want more of it. And there you see more of it flowing down the hill. Ooh, nice, shiny bacon. I like. Yep, that was actually a little larger than most of the flows. Yeah, I didn't realize that one was in here, but yep, looks like it threw out a little bit more than expected, or we ended up getting a breach in the actual wall that had built up on the top there. And that is always a possibility as well. So you get a little bit more lava flow as it drains itself out. And not sure how far that would go down the hill, but I'm sure it's not enough lava to make it all the way down. So when you're looking at the other shots here, you can see, it got a little ways, but not that far. But anyway, that is pretty cool to have a little bit of that wonderful bacon coming down the side of the mountain. There were a couple other times it was erupting a little bit, and they were pulled back though from the thing. And there you could see it at 3:19 a.m. A fairly light plume up top, and that looked pretty awesome there as well. Would have been very good for taking pictures of that. I wish I was there. That'd be nice. And if we go back even more, we do see that it was doing its thing even at 40 minutes after midnight. And that looked like it tried to build up a lenticular cloud on top as well. So that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. Let's see if we go back a little bit further. When it peaked out of the clouds, right about there. Yep, this is 23:23 was the time on it. And again, you can see more of that wonderful bacon flowing out of there. So it definitely has been active, and the rest is in the clouds, so we can't really see it be prior to that. Let's put it back on live, and hopefully those clouds will go away and we'll be able to see more. And that'll be cool and awesome. All right, so we did look at Ruapehu, we did look at Semeru, Kerinci volcano. That is also in there in Indonesia, and a little bit of seismic activity happening at it. And this is kind of giving you an idea of what it looked like as far as the area that it may end up covering with some lava. And I can't read this because it's too small, and possibly in a different language, but that is Philippine language. We see what we've got there, so don't go in the red zone. No parking in the red zone. Let's stay out of there. What else they got for pictures? If we hit that, that is a nice shot, but I don't think that is. Where is this? It doesn't say which volcano that's at. But that is a wonderful shot anyway. And we'll just leave it on there. The other one that we wanted to talk about, well, this one here, Sumatra and Kerinci is, it's 12,467 feet or 3,800 meters in height. The other one that is of interest there in our wonderful area there is Barren Island Volcano. And they've issued an ash advisory up to 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters, and that is as of today. And that one, of course, is a little further to the north. It is an orange on our scale, so background, all that nice stuff. We're not going to go through it, but it is there. And that one is not quite as big. It's only 1,161 feet tall, or 354 meters. So that'd be okay. It's still growing, and of course, let it grow, let it grow, let it grow. Why did that do that? That is not what I wanted it to do. Oh, it's supposed to make the picture larger. There we go. That's better. But that's it, and that was on the 30th, so pretty cool. Let's see, and there is the map. It gives you a little more of an idea where it is, and that is pretty interesting to see. And one more shot here, and where is this guy? Doesn't, again, they don't say which volcano it is. It is in German, by the way, but they don't say which volcano it is. That's okay, though, but that one looks cool. Let's see what else we got in here. Oh, guy taking a picture. And more stuff. Oh, that's Krakatoa. Krakatoa. That is pretty good. And again, you see the stuff is in German. So anyway, it is a break time, you guys. I just figured, yeah, Sumatra is west of Krakatoa. It is too. We wouldn't lie about that. Anyway, break time, you guys. So I'm going to put you back onto Mount Etna for right now, and watch the slower lava for the interim. For those who have not yet hit that like button, if you're enjoying the show, please do consider hitting it. That would be awesome, and help us out, support us in that manner. That is free and a very economical way to support the stream. Also, for those who have not yet subscribed, please do consider helping out that way. And on that friendly note, it is time for me to take a break, and I'm going to. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Enjoy the music, and keep an eye on the lava. I'll be back. Don't go away. More to come. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. Thank you, Sue Hayes and Kate, for the welcome backs. And I'm sure there's going to be more as people type. And thanks, Kevin Haynes and Oz and Perfectability999, who has his utes on his way. Oz, did we tell you that? Yeah, I think we did. His utes are on the way, and he's got a tracking number, and he can keep good care of watching the utes travel, which is kind of neat. So pretty awesome. And also thank you, Kananaskis Country, for the welcome back. And let's carry on with the show, and we're going to hit this next one. Of course, this is Sakurajima in Japan, and I don't know. Yeah, there looks like there might be an ice cream boat sitting there. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Really hard to tell in this shot. So much sunlight there. Boy, it's hard to see. Anyway, I think it is there. It looks like the antenna on the back right about there. So. Possibly one of the boats is there. You can go get your ice cream. Pretty cool. And let's carry on having a look at what Sakurajima was doing during the day. Of course, now 10:43 a.m. There in Japan. This is located in the southern tip of Japan, and it is a very interesting area. And of course, at times it has done some fantastic erupting, but no real fountainous lava that we ever see. We like to see it really throw out some stuff and flow, but it's more of an explosive one when it does pop. So try to find some places here. Well, first let's see if there's any birds. A little earlier this morning, somewhere around 7 a.m.-ish, there should be birds. That's 8. Let's go back a little bit more. 7:44. Nope. No birds there. That's not good. Oh, there's a couple birds. 7:15. And we do see those guys flying around a bit. And I guess it must have been pretty windy or something, or they just weren't feeling it this morning. Anyway, going back in time a little bit, that is 6:37 a.m. What it looked like, the plume of gases coming off of there, not bad looking. This is about 4.5 hours ago, 6:17 a.m. And hard to tell with that light in the bottom here if we have any glow. Let's go back a little further to avoid that, and we see here, we do see a little bit of a glow there in the caldera, and that is not much, but it is there, so that is telling us we definitely have lava in there, and slight glow here as well. So this is 4:16 a.m. And they did have some fairly clear skies during the night, at least there for a while, and not bad looking, but we didn't see anything eruptive or explosive coming out of there during the course of the night, at least not that I had noticed when I scanned across trying to find some lava. So that was about it. So that is Sakurajima. And that is in Japan, of course. Quick peek at the closer up shot here of the caldera, and there you can see it as it continues to off gas. That's actually a pretty decent shot. Let's improve it a little, and it's 720. We can get 1080 out of it. There we go, and that looks pretty sharp and cool. So that is your close-up view. Hey, Grenzed, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And we'll leave that one be, and we'll go to our next one. Hey, I've seen some birds fly by, and somebody needs to clean that camera. There's spots on the camera. Somebody has to go wipe that. Holy macaroni. Lots of spots. Definitely not good for visibility. Where'd all those spots come from? Aliens? Bugs? Maybe? I don't know. They look like bugs. Ash? Maybe. Maybe it is ash. I have no idea. If we go back in, oh, hang on, let's see. Maybe we can figure out when it happened. We go to about 3 hours and 44 minutes ago. That was 7:12 a.m. or 7:02. We didn't see any. So let's go ahead a little bit and see where it came from. And it's got to be around here somewhere. It started doing its thing all of a sudden, and then we had spots galore. And yeah, actually they're already developing. It's raindrops. I'm thinking it's dirty raindrops is what's happening. We're seeing them wash some of the ash out of the air. So we likely have some ash coming out of the volcano. And that's exactly what it is looking like. So we go a little further down the road, 717. So there you go. We need some good rain to wash that ash away, because that is messing up the picture, you guys. Anyway, let's back up to about 7 hours ago and look and see. 3:41 a.m. Not really seeing any glow in the calderas. And what about a little further back, 2:09 a.m. I don't see any glow there. We do see some spots on the actual screen here. So they need to clean that camera. Somebody send a cleaning crew out, and that'll be all right. Anyway, that is what it is there, and a dirty camera lens or a front plate to the housing anyway, and that's what we've got. Let's go to our next one. This, of course, is Mount Fuji, and Mount Fuji was hiding for the most part today. We couldn't see much of it. There it is. Snuck out of there just a little bit, and enough for us to see. And there is a little less snow on it again today. So I don't know what we're gonna do with it. It is what it is though. And let's see if we go back to about here. Yeah, you can see the other side a little bit better. It definitely has less snow on it. So something was melting, and that is all right. We'll put that back on live, and we will carry on. I do not believe all volcano is showing. I'm going to double check that one again, and you never know. They come live once in a while, and they don't. I don't get notifications, so. Looking, and nope, definitely last stream was 13 days ago from him, and that's too bad. I wish we could see it. And just double checking, Madam Rutza, her last one was 8 days ago. So we are without to all volcano, and that's okay. We'll go over to our next one, and that is Yellowstone National Park. And there we can see what's not happening there. We don't see any buffaloes. We don't see any geysers. Well, we do see some geysers out in the background here. You can see some steam coming up, and that is definitely there. Same with some of these other spots. I'm surprised it's still a little bit light there, which is really cool. And wow, it's snowing here. How come is it snowing here? The weather guessers never said snow. Oh, darn it. Anyway, there is both Sue and Kevin both brought up the link for Yellowstone. If you guys are interested, please do consider going there. They've got a fairly decent website. This video, of course, is embedded into the website, so you can watch this. During the daytime is really nice because you get to see Old Faithful blowing. and you get to see the buffalo and the Sasquatches and all the people, and that is pretty cool. Anyway, let's mosey on over to Hawaii and see what we've got there. Oh, hang on, we got canned lava going on there. Let's take the canned lava off, and we'll put this on. I'm going to turn that banner off as well. There we go. That, of course, was the shot from yesterday of the caldera, and that was at 1546 yesterday's time. Let's that's Kilauea's caldera, by the way. This is it today at 1546. Wow, exactly 1 day later, and that is pretty awesome. There's the old lava pond, primary vent right about there. The Hornito you can't see, it's hiding in there, but we are still seeing some smoke coming up from certain areas, and off-gassing, kind of a fumarole state, and that is what we've got going on there. This is the other angle or view, and we don't see anything going on there either, nothing much. That is, of course, the current picture about 2 minutes later than the other one was. We do still see quite a bit of smoke coming up from the top end here of that caldera wall. It makes you wonder where all that gas is coming from. And that is about it. So let's check the thermal. I don't think the thermal is working. Oh, it is working today. Yay, they got it fixed. But we don't see any major stuff going on. We see the lava pond is definitely cooling off here, and we do still see some warmer stuff peeking through in some of the places. We know there is a lot of lava underneath that crust. That crust may be anywhere from 2 to about 5 meters thick by now, and maybe even thicker in some places. But the entirety of that caldera was 143 meters deep. So if you take off 4 or 5 meters off the top for cold lava and capping, it would still leave you at least 130 meters worth of hot molten lava, or somewhere around 430 feet or so. So that is about it. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. So if this thing does eventually collapse, we may see this turn into a bowl. That'll be very interesting to see in the future. Let's go over to Mauna Loa. This is Mauna Loa's caldera. That's from yesterday. Let's take a look at today's shot. And come on, refresh Mauna Loa. There we go. That is today's shot, almost a day later. And a little less snow, but still some snow sitting around up there. Quite interesting, actually, to see that it is cold enough that it didn't melt all of it yet. Hopefully it will in the near future. You do see some water here, which is kind of interesting. I wonder where that water is going to go. Make some pools in the caldera, or just sit there and evaporate. Who knows? Anyway, that is pretty cool. Would not take a Pepper for a walk on it. No, I wouldn't go for a walk on it either, Tom. Definitely. I'd be a little scary. I'd stay away from it as far as, maybe walk onto the edge here, but I wouldn't go venture onto the open grounds. You never know. Underneath there could be some molten lava as well. And let's see, what else we got? Nothing new as far as advisories. Let's just double check. Yep, on the 29th they did have an advisory, and they see no signs of activity at Mauna Loa, northeast rift zone. So pretty cool. And SO2 and H2S are low, CO2 as well, fumarole temperatures. So really I'm not doing a heck of a lot, you guys. There's that report, and that is about it. And of course this would be some of the pictures of it. Let's see if we can get a current one here. And that is from today. We do still see a lot of snow up top there. I need to get out there and turn that camera a little bit. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there, and the other shots, of course, a kind of a misty haze going on there. Neat, and still not sure what that picture actually is of, but that's okay. And there you can see the Fisher 3 from the one angle. So pretty cool, and that is all good. I'm going to leave it there. What else did we have on Kilauea? Okay, no, this is Kilauea. What's it saying here? Lava ended up, no, this is way old. Let's get rid of that completely. So, okay. That is it for that, and what we will do is we will get into earthquakes after the break. So that's what we will look at next, and we do see an interesting one down here, 6.6 down here on the bottom tip of Iceland, and that happened at yesterday at 21:57. And 10 kilometers down. Let's just zoom in on that just a little bit, just so we get the idea of where it is. And that's actually fairly far inland, one of the fjords, and that you can see right in there. Looks pretty cool, and that is awesome. All right, we'll take a look at that after the break, though, you guys. And we'll go over some of the basic quakes there in Hawaii, and we'll go from there. So stick around, and we'll pick at some of these, and we'll go through them and see what happens. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. That would help us out a whole bunch. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything, and also I'll smile if you hit that button. That would really be good. And also, if you're sitting on the sidelines, please do consider subscribing if you haven't done so as of yet. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes after the break, and then we'll carry on with earthquakes and the volcano map, and maybe what else? Some weather stuff, SO2. Don't go away, you guys. I'll be back in a bit. Gonna throw you back onto some. Let's put you back on some canned lava here. We had that purple stuff. That looked pretty good. What is this one? Or we can let this one play, if you want. I'll let this one play for now. Anyway, that one was also from USGS. So there we go. We'll leave that on there, and all good. Don't go away. Keep smiling, and I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, and I'll throw some music on before I head out. There we go. All right, I'll be back. And there we go. Finally got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you, Sue and Oz, and Cananaska's Country, and Oh Mummy of Hamsters, and Kevin Haynes. Thank you for the welcome backs from all of you. And we are watching some canned lava there from Fissure 3 Mauna Loa, and that looks pretty awesome. Rhythmic Mike, yeah, I guess something like that. We try to keep it in rhythm. Anyway, let's go. Oh, Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. All right, got that in there. I had to do it. Okay, I don't want to blow my voice out though. Anyway, getting over to some of the earthquakes, and that is what we've got going on. Let's pop into Hawaii first and see what their little red dots are about. And we're not going to hit everything all the time here. First off, I just want to note nothing up on Mauna Loa as of late. There is only one over here at Kilauea 1.8, and that happened yesterday at 2220, 3.2 kilometers down. So not really too much going on there. Let's look in the Pahala area, pick out the fresh ones here. This one is a 2.1, happened at 1833, 30.6 kilometers down. For that guy, this one is a 1.9, 1844, 32.9 kilometers down for him, 1844. Interesting. Okay. I think that might be my time. Less 3 hours, so 1544. I have to do that. 2.4 out here in the water. Yesterday's 2220 is the time on that guy. This other one here, 2.1, not really that big. Another 2.4 over on this side. From today at 1616, 35 kilometers down for him. This one was 2.4 as well. 1620 was the time today as well. 33.7 clicks down, and a 2.2 over here at 1:55 a.m. 30.7 kilometers down. This one looks bigger, 3.1, 10:49 was the time on that one, 32.4 kilometers down. And we'll leave the rest be really, very small quakes. But in general, it gives you a pretty good idea of what we've got in the area, and that is some a little bit larger, but Pahala seems to be shaking, of course. It is on the hot spot right in here, and we'll see what happens. And not very much activity at Kilauea, none at Mauna Loa. We see nothing over here on Mauna Kea, and when we zoom out, we don't see anything on the other islands either. So that is okay. Let's zoom out a little bit. We see the western coast of North America. We don't see any large ones, nothing until you get down to about Mexico. And we have a 4.7 there from 8:35 a.m. 93.7 kilometers down for him. One here is at Ecuador. Yep, it is a 4.3 in Ecuador from 1743, 185 kilometers down for him. This one here, 5.2 in Peru. From 1453, 17.7 kilometers down. And we see another one here in Argentina, 4.5 from 1535, and that is at 232.9 kilometers down. And one more down on the bottom here. This one is a 5.3, and that is a little bigger from yesterday at 2219. 8.9 kilometers down for that guy. So zooming back out, while we're there, let's go grab this guy here, South Africa, and that is a 5.1 from 1402, 10 kilometers down, and that is interesting to see it there. We do have some other ones down on the bottom of the plate there. but I'm not going to worry about those older ones. And let's look at New Zealand. Nothing new for those guys, so that's okay. We do have 4.8 here in Tonga, 8:35 a.m. 8:35 a.m. For that 10 kilometers down, and then the bigger one, 5.4, and that is at 2:42 a.m. Also 10 kilometers down for him. Then this guy here, Solomon Islands, 4.9 from 1454, 138.7 kilometers down. And this guy here, 5.0, and that is Timor-Leste is the area, and 5:10 a.m., 35 clicks down for that guy. And then we move along, we see these other ones here, 5.0 at 21:33, 10 kilometers down yesterday. And then we get over here, these ones, I want to get the big one underneath first, 5.0, and that's near Batu, Indonesia. It's, what is it? Kepulauan, Batu. Anyway, yesterday's 21:16. Then the 4.6 from yesterday, 23:47, and the other one here for 4.4 from today at 16:14 their time, and that is getting a little closer to our barren island volcano. So could have something to do with it. Looking at the rest of the areas, we don't see anything anywhere in Japan or those areas, nothing in the Philippines, nothing till you get up here to the Kamchatka Peninsula, and we've got a 4.7 off the coast, and it's not doing a heck of a lot. 15:42 was the time, 35 kilometers down, so not really a heck of a lot. We got this guy down here in south of Africa, and looking over here, Crete had another shaker, 4.0. Piggy did indicate that there was a few other ones around that aren't shown on this map, and that is kind of neat to see, but well, anyway, that's all good. We'll take a look at that other map. Actually, I think might be a better way of doing it. Let me refresh it so it is up to date, and then we can see what is actually happening in that area as we zoom in a little bit. So as of late there, she had this one that was from the 29th, 3:39 a.m. UTC, and 106 kilometers down, 3.0. This one a little further away, 4.1, and that was yesterday's as well, from 14:03, it's about the same time, 10 kilometers down. And then there were some other ones in the area. I don't know which ones she felt, but she said she felt a few shimmies here and there. Possibly this one she felt from 13:19, 10 kilometers down, 4.2 in magnitude, and that is near the island of Crete. But she is over here on the island of Kos, of course, so some of that stuff she feels, some she doesn't. And again, this area is quite unique because you have the Anatolian microplate here being pushed by the Arabian microplate, and that is, of course, altogether pushing on the Aegean microplate, while the African plate is subducting underneath that. So pretty cool, pretty interesting. And of course there's the other ones here yesterday, 4.2 off the coast of Italy, very cool and neat. And of course the area that we were talking about earlier is, of course, here Naples, and this whole area here, this is actually pretty much a whole caldera, this whole area. So that video, I'm going to grab that link again, and we'll drop it one more time here for you. If you have time, it is a worthy watch. It really is. This is the little documentary there, and it's worthwhile having a look at that. If you want to learn something about Naples area, about Campi over here, and Vesuvius, it'll be pretty awesome, and you'll see what there is underneath here and what you don't want it to be doing. Anyway, we'll get back to our regular earthquake map, and that is this one. And the only one else that they show, we already looked at it. Western Greenland is what they're calling that. Looks more like a southern Greenland, but west would be this side. Last time I checked. Anyway, 10 kilometers down, yesterday's 21:57 is the time on it. Let's have a look at the Canary Islands real quick. See what we have there. I'm refreshing the screen so we can see the up-to-date information. Come on, let's get up to date. Hello. Oh, there we go. All right, it's doing its thing. And zoomed out all the way, looking up on the top, we see nothing on the east Azores fault. We do still see him here. This was from a couple of days ago, 3.7, 33 kilometers down from the 28th at 1311. And that is what we had there. And we'll leave that be. Let's take a look at La Palma. We do see the star flashing over here. That is 1.8, and that was 31 minutes after midnight. It's getting into the New Year's. 30 kilometers down for it. But let's look at La Palma, and I don't know if we can count that high. Yeah, I think we can. It is a very lonely site there. That is a 0.9, and that is from 2:13 a.m., 11 kilometers down, and that is right there. So makes you wonder what the heck we got going on. There's very little happening, so they are going to have a quiet New Year. Trek 15, welcome, by the way. Glad to have you on board. And our interactive volcano map, let's do a quick refresh on it so we get the new fresh commercials on there. And let's see what we've got, of course. And how come that guy's there? Spend more, save less. No, spend less, save more. How about you spend less and you save a whole bunch more, don't buy anything. Anyway, we don't see anything new. Of course, nothing on Iceland. We see R2 over here, Terceira and St. George there in the Azores. And then, of course, everything around the Ring of Fire. Nothing new to report. Semi is back to its orange, as we mentioned yesterday. The other ones are still sitting there cooking, doing their thing. Same thing with what we've got up on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Nothing new here in New Zealand, nothing new in Tonga. Still all the same players in our Vanuatu area, and then same thing with the guys over here in Papua New Guinea. And here's a barren island, a volcano, in case we didn't show that earlier. And those quakes that happen are here, so they're still quite a ways away from that. And that is these ones. So makes you wonder. That is a long ways away. So we'll see if this one finally does something. That'd be interesting, and hopefully it will give us a show. And Ibu Decono still there doing their thing, and our guys here in the Philippines are still normal. Nothing out of the ordinary, unfortunately. no volcanic eruptions. Erebus is still there, and we see Heard Island volcano still there, as well as a yellow. Nothing on Reunion Island, and looking at South Africa, still the same. Central and Eastern Africa here, Ertaal is still a normal. And looking at what we've got, Etna, Volcano, Stromboli, and Campi still on the map. So that is what we've got going on, and hopefully that'll all be okay. Let's get over to our SO2 map. We'll get that out of the way real quick before the break. Just got to find the right place to go. And that'll make it nice and fresh, I hope. No, it didn't refresh it. Let's do that there. That is refreshed. And we'll see what it looks like today. Ooh, we got more cloud coming in here. They're stealing my blue. I like my blue. What happened to my blue ocean? Anyway, we do see here in North America, the western portions are really turning a lot bluer than what they had been. So it's going to improve over time. And of course, even up in the northern areas, and then you see some places definitely starting to poke through with more blue everywhere. So really nice that SO2 is dropping out. Okay, the earthquakes are closer to the Carinci volcano. Okay, that would make sense, Sue. Thank you. Anyway, we do see the SO2 map here, throwing about a bunch here from Mexico City, as well as Popocatepetl, and also some source here throwing some SO2 out. Not sure what the heck is going on, but that is going into the Gulf. And there we see a lot of this residual stuff, and it looks like it may have relieved itself a little bit. Reventator not throwing out as much SO2 anymore, but we do still see it out here. And that's going to take a little while to dissipate as well. Our Central American stuff is still pretty normal, and our Chilean ones are still pretty normal as well. It looks like they've got a weather system off the coast here causing it to curl out rather than head inland and out to the Atlantic as it normally does. Looking here real quick, White Isle volcano, north end of New Zealand, is not too bad, and going up. Tofua up here, still doing its thing, and Vanuatu, we've got, of course, Yasur there, Eoba, and his buddy up in the top in Vanuatu. And the refinery there near Melbourne throwing out a lot of SO2, still seeing quite a bit from the coking plants here as well, north of Sydney. Papua New Guinea, pretty normal for what we see there. And Luolatok be making half of this, and Semeru would be right around here, throwing out a lot. And the rest, of course, is from Jakarta and over here Krakatau, but that's not producing as much SO2. It's more from Jakarta itself, and obviously from Merapi doing its thing. Ibu and Dakono not too heavy today, and we see that the Philippines also not that heavy. Still seeing pretty large amounts of pollution there in China, and this would be this little redder area would be from Suwanosi-jima, and this redder area here would be from Sakurajima. The rest is all being blown across from most of it being from China. So that is what we see there. And going back up to the Kamchatka Peninsula, we see they do have a weather system sitting right in here, but you see from Karimsky, it's flowing out and downward there, and that looks like Shivalish, or one of the other ones, is throwing out more SO2 as well. So that's kind of gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. Looking at the Antarctic, I just want to remind everyone it is a spring down there, so for them to get SO2 in these areas, that is the ice melting along the coastline, and that is releasing some of that SO2 that was trapped in the ice. And South Africa, not as bad as it was. Same thing with DR Congo here. There's 2 volcanoes and some coking clouds in there. Very, very little coming from Urta Ale. And of course the refineries here in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, and those areas, and Taiwan, not Taiwan, Iran, sorry. I ran away from that place. There we go. And that is what we've seen. I'm not sure why we're seeing so much SO2 from Lebanon and Beirut area, but hopefully nothing major. And we see what is coming off of Etna, a little bit from Stromboli, and virtually nothing noticeable from Volcano. Still see a spot here though in northern Greece. It makes me wonder what they've got going on there, perhaps a refinery or something. Looking pretty clear in most places here, Spain, Portugal, France, Germany, Switzerland, and looks like Belgium and Denmark, or Holland, and wherever else, most of the UK and Ireland, all fairly clear and clean. Same thing with Norway and Sweden. So Iceland, a little bit of SO2, and hopefully nothing too severe. Greenland looks like it's getting rid of some of its SO2 as well. On that note, I am going to go leave it be. Going to go take a break, you guys, and we will refresh this map before we go. I was looking at the Buffalo region just to see what we had there. That's why I was looking at that. And we don't have any more snow coming down in Buffalo, but you have lots of snow over here. This may end up drifting this way in the future. Let's hope it's not too bad. And that looks like another big storm moving through, and that is all the way down here. Anyway, let's get to that after the break, you guys. So we'll zoom that back out, and I'll throw you back onto some lava. Let's see, how's our... Well, that is kind of boring. I think we'll go with the canned lava from... there we go. And I'll leave that on for right now. What earthquakes are closer to... Okay, Sumatra, yeah, got that part. I was just trying to keep up with what's going on in the chat here. Anyway, I'm going to go take another break, you guys. Don't go away. We'll do the weather after the break, and then we'll get through this, and that'll be all cool and awesome, unless we see something erupt in the meantime. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop if you can. Help us out trying to hit that 100 mark and get the YouTube analytics working for us. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, please do consider hitting that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. we go. A microphone is back on. You weren't quite alone there, Sue. You did have the fox dancing there with you too, so not to worry. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you here. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Of course, on the screen is archive footage from Fissure 3 of Mauna Loa, out there in the wonderful Hawaii. And we like that. That was from December 4th, for those who need to know. And thank you for the welcome back, Sue and Grandma B. And the foxtrotting too, cool. And thanks, Kananaskis Country. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Thanks, Sharon. Enough exclamation marks back there. That's awesome. Anyway, let's let's get at our weather. And we'll leave our Can Lava B for right now. And let's see. Good, you are saving the voice. Root. Yep. Gotta try to do that a little bit. Anyway, looking at weather today. So we'll do it whether we like it or not. Get it? No, bad. Tough crowd. Tough crowd. Whether we like it or not. Oh, anyway, some cold, really cold spots there up in the Northwest Territories and up here in Alaska, but they've got winter. You know, that's to be expected. So pretty awesome. And we see that winter goes in through northern Saskatchewan and right into Manitoba and down into Ontario as well. Up in the Arctic, of course, we don't need to describe the cold. It is cold. Vancouver coming in at about 7 degrees Celsius today. That's not bad. Over by Bob's place there, about 3 or 4 or so. So he's got a nicer day as well. Edmonton right now about 11 degrees or minus 11 degrees Celsius. Calgary, on the other hand, only minus 2 degrees. I'm just curious, what's Lethbridge at? There is a Lethbridge, a plus 3 in Lethbridge. I should go live there. And let's see, swift current, so he doesn't have to check it. There it is. He's got a minus 7 or 8, depending on where I point the mouse. There you go, Kananaskis Country. And that is kind of what we're looking at, sliding across. So we do see that warm streak is coming in where that same cold stuff was going, but Toronto made it up to about 9 degrees today. That is pretty awesome. And that snow in the Buffalo area, of course, is melting. And I found a channel today. I thought, what the heck is going on? I looked at it, and it was a live stream. And it said there was a snowstorm in Buffalo happening now. They had a current clock on there, and they were showing it snowing. And I'm thinking to myself, have you guys lost your marbles? And there was no precipitation over top of Buffalo, and it wasn't snowing. And it was driving me crazy to see that. Anyway, I left that stream. Didn't even bother commenting. It's not worth it. But anyway, so about 9 there. Looking at Montreal is about 5 degrees Celsius. Not even in the negatives. And same thing with Quebec City making it to 2. Looking at New Brunswick, they had tropical temperatures as well. And the same as Sue Hayes. And about 4 or 5 there at Halifax, and 4 for Sue there, not too far away. So, yep, tropical temps. How dare you guys? That is wonderful for the last day of the year. And then, of course, most of it looks pretty good for PEI too. A little bit cooler, but not that bad. Once you get over here in Newfoundland, though, you start to cool off a little bit. They are still receiving most of the subarctic temperatures for right now. and you get up in the northern parts of Labrador, it really cools down, but maybe some of that warmth will push that cold out of there. We'll see what happens. So that is pretty cool. And we'll take a good look at that. Anyway, let's see what we got going on here. 8 degrees in Portland, a little warmer than yesterday, was only 7. 14 in San Jose, they're warming up a bit. And 14 in LA, but it looks like we've got that cold sneaking past them as well. And that is not so good. Death Valley coming in at about 14 degrees Celsius, so that is not bad for their area, and pretty awesome. Las Vegas coming in about 8 or 9, depending on where you point. And Phoenix, Arizona made it to 11 there. And of course, these are already evening temperatures, so that is what we're seeing. 12 in Tucson, Albuquerque coming in at only 2 degrees Celsius. And San Antonio making it to, showing 13, 15 in Houston, Austin about 13 as well. Dallas making it to 11 out of 12 right now. So that's not so bad. Getting all the way up into Amarillo, though, we see 8 or 9 degrees up there. We do see a little bit more warmth has built back up in the southeastern portion of the United States, which is really nice to see. Up to 14 in New Orleans, and let's see, Atlanta coming in at about 13 there. Miami is what today, 23, so not bad. There's I don't see any. Oh, there's some 24 there, not much, but still some. So a little bit warmer down there. Jackson, last time we checked that was, I think, 2 degrees or something. It's 16 degrees there Celsius-wise. That is a lot warmer. And sliding up a little more, Charlotte, North Carolina, 11 degrees Celsius. So well above that 50 Fahrenheit mark. Same there. And Grandma B's house, about 12 degrees Celsius, or it'd be about 53, 54, something like that. That wouldn't be too bad. Virginia Beach made it to 7 Celsius. New York, a little cooler at 6. Boston came in at a balmy 9 or 10, depending on where you point. They're getting some of that tropical air that is getting caught up here, and keeping the palm trees in Nova Scotia all green and nice and not freezing. Anyway, sliding down a little bit, we see the Baja is still letting that cold in. That's kind of a shame, but the western portion of the Mexican coast here is getting warmer again. The central area still fairly cold. Actually, yesterday Mexico City was 11 when we checked it. Now it's down to 9. So pretty chilly for them, but we do see some warmer stuff along the coastal areas. Cancun today made it to, what is it, about 25, I guess. Acapulco coming in only at 22, so not so warm there. Doesn't really warm up till you get down into the northern portions of South America, and some nice areas there. You got to remember, these are nighttime temperatures, you guys. So that's kind of what we're seeing. And Brazil holding in about 23 to about 25 degrees, 26. Not bad. And let's see, what country is that? Starts with B. Never mind. This is Paraguay. It's Bolivia. Okay. Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, and of course Argentina, where that heat is pushing down more, and we see some really balmy temperatures. It's still 31 degrees there in some of those places. Buenos Aires coming in at a balmy 27 as well. That is nice. And Uruguay actually from 26 from the northwest side here, and about 2019 in the cold spots. So really quite nice there as well. Rio de Janeiro, I made it to, well, for this evening, 23 degrees. That's not bad. Sao Paulo, a little cooler at 19. And the tip down here, I'm not going to worry about that. It's always chilly in Chile. Let's go over to New Zealand. Let's have a look and see what is going on there. It looks like the warmer temps are out in the water. Christchurch made it to 17 today. We have, looks like we've got, we got a high and a low fighting here or something. This looks like a high sitting here. This is a low here. And they're not pulling in enough of that warm air. So we'll see. They probably got some thunderstorms going on there now. But anyway, looking along the coast, fairly warm in the 20s, low 20s, which is nice. And the eastern side of the country, a little bit, or the island, I should say, is a little bit cooler, with the exception of over here. Well, even Christchurch area and inland a little bit at 19 degrees, not that warm. Wellington, about 15 degrees, and we see the coastal area here fairly good at about 16, 17, and getting over to Auckland, whoa, there's the temperature hike, and that is 24 degrees. And let's see, over here somewhere where Grenz is about 24 as well, I think, somewhere in that ballpark anyway. Leave that be, and we'll sneak over into Tasmania, Hobart, 24 degrees, quite warm, and we like that. That is awesome. And then we are seeing here in Melbourne, holy mackerel, 27 degrees there today. That is awesome. And they are, let's see what it says. Oz is going to bring Melbourne up. Maybe. Melbourne isn't in there anymore. It is 27. Look at that. 9-mile-per-hour winds, 54% relative humidity, and that would be a beautiful day there. Fair conditions. That is awesome. Adelaide coming in at 27 as well, sliding over to Sydney, a little bit cooler at only 23, but I'm sure that is quite okay. And 29 degrees. Are your Oz? Are you wearing a pair of budgie smugglers? I had to throw that in. Too funny. Anyway, it looks nice there. Okay, so 43 degrees in the interior here. That's cooking. I wouldn't want to be out in that heat, but that is what we're seeing in some places. Getting over to Perth, it's 23 degrees. And there we go, 41 over here as well, where that low is. This is still that storm. And we'll see what else we've got in the area here. Let's slide that over. I just want to see, of course, Fiji at 28 degrees. It's got to be. There it is. And 29 on 28, 29 on New Caledonia, and about 29 in Tonga, or not Tonga, Vanuatu. Papua New Guinea, still quite hot there, 31, 32. I notice that this side gets really hot all the time. That must be one heck of a jungle. If you want to lose some weight, you go there into the jungle. If the heat don't get you, the critters will. And I don't know what kind of critters are in that jungle there in Papua New Guinea. That is an interesting area. Anyway, we see the heat all the way along the Indonesian areas, as well as going up into the Philippines. Bangkok only making it to about 25 degrees, thanks to, and we see the cold is pushing in again, or still trying to get down a little bit further south. We take a look and see, and we got like a mixed bag of weather there in Taiwan. From one end, it's 10, 11 degrees, and the other end of 21, 22 degrees. So depending on where you are. Very cold looking here in the Yellow Sea, as well as in the Sea of Japan. And about 11-12 degrees down here on the bottom end of Japan. Going up, it gets a little cooler. 8 degrees in Tokyo, and going up a little further north, we see it getting into the negative temperatures, sliding all the way up into Kamchatka. We see very cold weather up there. Don't want to go there, too cold. We still see that storm down here, Darian, in the Indian Ocean, just incredible, and I'm surprised it's still going. Sri Lanka, anywhere from about 21 to 25. Bottom end of India, not doing too bad. We don't need to look at that. It's warm. Only 10 in Delhi, though. That's colder. And let's look at Madagascar. Some nice temps on the western side, as usual. And looking at South Africa, looks like some of the colder air being curled up on it, keeping things really cool. But Cape Town did make it to about 17 there. And looking at the bottom portion, not bad for most of Africa. Up here in the top end of the Sahara Desert, a lot colder. And we're only seeing about 10 degrees there in Cairo. And looking at, down to, did I see 15 degrees? Holy mackerel, that is cold for the UAE. They must be buying all kinds of parkas and stuff, trying to keep warm. Same thing with Oman over here. Oh man, is that ever cold? And of course, we get a little temperature variation there in Yemen. The mountains always get a little weird as far as being cold. Anyway, sliding up, we do see Baghdad came in at 7, and of course eastern portions of Turkey very cold. And we zoom in a little bit, and we'll take a look at Piggy's Place, and thank you, that is 13. The map says 15, 13 on the browser, so that's all good. And are there, partly, well, we'll see if there's rain when we get to the rain maps. And looks like Crete is okay. And looking at, we got about a 7 over here where Yvonne is, and that is not so bad. Thank you, Sue. And that is actually a nice area beside Etna. 5 degrees there at what is it? Randazzo. Okay, that's hard to say. I'm practicing. And Naples 15, Rome coming in at 11 or 12, going up to Milano, we're about 6. New Irish Monkland, Sardinia. Coastal areas a little bit warmer, but the interior about 8 or 9, and not so good. It's winter after all. And looking at the coastlines here of France and Portugal, not bad, quite warm on the coast actually, but looking at the interior of Spain, fairly cool, single digits at least. There's no frost. And getting actually a lot warmer up here in the top portions of France. That cold is being trapped down here. We need to push it somewhere. Anyway, France down on the bottom end here, anywhere from about 1 to about 9. And they're getting up here, like I say, 15 in Paris. That's pretty balmy. And that's all getting into Germany as well. 12 in Munich, as well as 11 in Frankfurt. We've got 14 in Cologne. Oh boy, that is tropical. And 9 degrees in Berlin. Hamburg coming in at 11. Copenhagen coming in at about 8. And that is pretty wild. Amsterdam 11 degrees. Holy mackerel. London 11 degrees. Plymouth 13. Oops, didn't want to click on Plymouth, but There we go. And looking over here, about 6 or 7 over in Doolin, Ireland, where Irish monk lives. And of course Dublin about 6, and then you get up to in Scotland a little bit colder, 4 in Aberdeen, but some of the mountainous areas are at -1, -2. A quick peek at Oslo, 3, and Stockholm coming in at 5, so they've got tropical temperatures. Riga making it to 2, and 1 in St. Petersburg. And let's see, where the heck did Moscow go? Moscow, where are you? I don't see you. Maybe you have to back out one. There we go. And I didn't want to click on it, but 1.3 degrees Celsius is what we're seeing there. And Iceland, let's take a look at what's going on here. Remember, we had nice clear skies today. That's because of that nice high sitting there. But look at what it's doing. It's spreading coldness. It's coldness, and that is not good. It's a very coldness in there. Anyway, interior getting down to -24, 27 in some spots. Yep, it's pretty cold. I don't want to be there. The city of Reykjavik coming in at 8 or 9 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Sue. And if you're going to go take a look at our wonderful Ragnar volcano, please dress warm. And you're going to be at least -8, -9 with a whole bunch of wind. So make sure you got some really, really good warm clothes on. And down here it is a -31, 32, 35 where that earthquake happened. It's cold there. Mind you, there's nobody living right there, but there are some people living right on the coast here. I don't know if you guys ever seen that, but there's out here somewhere they're living, people living a couple little towns, but nobody lives here. It's too cold, way too cold. All right, over to precipitation, and we'll take a look there. Not much going on up in Alaska or the Yukon, Northwest Territories. We do see this stringer coming into northern Manitoba, a little bit up in Saskatchewan as well. But most of the action is down east here. Just looking here real quick at British Columbia, though. Vancouver Island still getting nailed with some fairly nasty storm work. And we see some snow in the mountains, and sliding down a little bit more. We see that other area here where from, I guess, well, looks like a fog from Los Angeles all the way up. And not so good weather in the western states right there. Oregon, and it'd be northern Nevada is getting nailed, and then Utah would be getting hit a little bit as well here. So, and it looks like it's heading for Wyoming, and that'll be all right. Anyway, going to the eastern side, we want to take a look at this storm. Of course, looking at Quebec and Labrador, lots of snow up there, always happens. But seeing this storm, and this is coming all the way from down here in the Gulf, and it's kind of, I guess this one kind of connected itself to that one, and will probably travel up. So this one being where it is, I think this one will be just a little further to the east and make a mess again. So for those people in Buffalo, get ready for another snowstorm. I'm predicting it. I think it's going to follow along that same ridge line. And of course, those people in these areas, you are going to get a lot of snow. There's no way about it. And if it cools off enough, that is. Looks like it's fairly warm though right now. Like I said, we were seeing about 9 or 10 degrees in Toronto. It should be rain, but the people in Buffalo are not going to like that no matter what. Rain or snow is, and they just don't want precipitation right now. Central America, not bad. And of course, we are looking at the Amazon rainforest. Some rain going on there, a little bit of rain in the very hot spots on Argentina as well. A little on the coast of Chile, but nothing much. And looks like New Zealand is doing pretty darn good. Very, very little rain, if any at all. Maybe a little bit up here on the peninsula, not by much though. And we'll see what happens there. And same thing with Tasmania, a little spot down on the bottom here, and tiny bit up on the top. And looks like from Melbourne over towards Sydney, there's some rain in between there. And not super heavy, but looks like there's a few other patches around as well. Nothing in Brisbane, and a little bit up there in the north, and a little bit in the central areas. I'm surprised to see this kind of stuff going on there. Mind you, that's probably leftovers or remnants. But this is, of course, that big storm that had come in here and sat near Churn for a while, and it is now sitting in there like that. So hopefully they aren't too soggy yet. It's always bad with storms. They dump everything all at once. I wanted to see Fiji and Tonga area. They're going to get hit pretty heavy too with some of this stuff. And I guess pretty normal for these areas. Papua New Guinea's got some rain, and of course Indonesia, lots of rain. It is the rainy season there, so that is to be expected. Same thing goes for the Philippines. And anyway, sliding up a little bit more, looking at Japan's snow in a few spots. A little bit of rain, not that much, but we know there's still stuff blowing across the Sea of Japan. And of course, the Kamchatka Peninsula getting some snow, golly gee. Sliding down here, like we mentioned before, Darien is still churning away. I'm surprised that thing is still going. That is pretty neat. And looking at southern portions of Africa, and not bad for the rainforest. Some storms in there, but nothing too crazy. Saudi Arabia getting some there as well. That is interesting. And looks like a Piggy might be getting some rain. Piggy's getting rain. Piggy's getting rain. Rain and costs. Looks like it, at least from the map. So she said, oh yeah, everybody said flash flood warnings, all this kind of stuff, and they got rain for about 5 minutes and it stopped. So hopefully she'll get some nice showers coming through there, and getting her a little better stuff going on. And looks like Sicily is dry. Most of Italy is okay. Nothing in Sardinia. A couple little spots up on the top of Spain. And we see that weather system pushing in. I'm just wondering about the Canaries. No, Canary Islands look good. So that low was just pushing that whole system in. That is going to keep on going and trying to get through the channel here, and we'll see what happens in the future. Right now, looks like pretty nasty up in the northern portions of Germany, and as well as Holland is getting nailed with rain. Same with looking at Belgium and Luxembourg, not faring that great either. So that's what we got there. And then of course, I think this is typical England winter weather, from what I understand. And looking up at the Scottish areas, typical Scottish winter up there. And looks like not too much rain there in Denmark yet. We do see Oslo getting wet, as well as Stockholm, and then lots of snow up in the northern portions of Sweden and Norway and Finland as well. Zooming into Iceland here for a second, we see more snow coming towards the Reykjanes area. So Reykjavik is going to get some more, and on the tip of the peninsula, we're getting nailed out there too, where our camera view is, and those steam geysers. That is where they are. So that is kind of interesting. We'll see more snow on those cameras tomorrow, and lots of stuff mixed up here. So, and I don't know how people could live on what is it, Jan Mayen Islands or Svalbard. My God, that is it. Every time I look, it snows there. It's always snowing there. Have you ever seen it without snow there? Anyway, let's go find the lowest temperatures on the planet real quick. Since we're done with the basic weather, we like doing this. This is all fun, and it's nothing too serious. And let's see what we can find. It looks pretty balmy down there. Minus 37 so far as the low temp. What is going on? The penguins are going to melt. We have just absolutely incredible warm weather there. Minus 37 is the cold spot. How could that be? And this is the Antarctic, the coldest place on the planet. All right, never mind. Minus 37, I'm going to say that. And let's take a look at what we find in Greenland. And I know Greenland's pretty cold. What do we got right there? It's a minus 50 something, minus 51. And, anything? Oh, minus 52. Do we have a minus 53? Well, I see a minus 52. That is pretty chilly. Where is there anything else that's colder? Looks like it's a warmer further down. Yep, I think a minus 52 is about the best we can do. So, yep, we'll run with that minus 52 degrees Celsius. That is pretty cold, and I don't think there's anything colder in the north, is there? Minus 48, 49. No, I don't think so. All right, and then we need to see what we've got in northern Canada, and that looks pretty warm actually from what we see there. Minus what we got here. There's a 43. Minus a 43. Where'd you go? We had you here. Somewhere. Oh, maybe over here. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe there's colder places. There's got to be colder places. I seen stuff earlier. It was colder, much colder. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it warmed up again. I have no idea. Minus something. Minus 41. I think a minus 43 is going to be my guess here for today. There's a minus 43. Do we have, oh, I seen a 44 in there. There's minus 44. All right, I'm going to call it at the minus 44. So that'll be okay for that one. And let's find out what it is over here in our Siberia. This ought to be interesting. And what do we got? 48. I see a minus 48 already. Very interesting there. Minus 52, minus 54. And let's see. Do we hear minus 60? No. Okay, so we had minus 54 there, but that is plenty cold, minus 54. I don't know if I'd want to live there with that kind of temperature. There's 3, there's 54. Yeah, I'm going to go with 54 for now. Let me check. There should be some more places here. There's more options to Siberian cold, so we'll take a look and see what we might have. They have little pockets here and there of really, really cold areas. So not there. That doesn't look as cold. Here's a cold spot, minus 51 already. In some places, 48, 49. No. Where'd my minus 51 go? It was here somewhere. There's the minus 49. 51, 53, yeah, minus 53. We had minus 54 on the other side, so I think I'm going to have to live with a minus 54, so we'll leave it as that, and that will have to be good for today. So I don't know, tally up and see who won. That'd be cool. We'll leave that to you, Sharon. Anyway, so, okay, Sue said coldest temp found in Antarctica, 37, and Greenland, 52, minus 52, that is. Arctic, minus 45. So she beat me in the Arctic, and she beat me in Siberia, and I think Arctic, Antarctic, we got the same. And Greenland, I think I got the same there. So Sue is a better scorekeeper today. Oh, well, that's okay. Sue wins. She gets to go feed the wonderful animals. Those poor penguins. You better take sunglasses along for them. They'll need that and a little bit of suntan lotion. That minus 37 there is pretty warm for them. Anyway, on that friendly note, that is all fun, you guys. We are going to wrap it up for today. Going to put you back on Mount Etna. That, of course, is alive. That is the lava coming from the fissure at 2,800 meters on the side of the mountain, and spilling down into the valleys, far, far away from everybody and everything yet, so no problems there. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here today. I really do appreciate all of you, and that is super awesome. Thank you to the moderators for being here. Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary at 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and possibly Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow. And on those notes, okay, we have no super chats, no new members, that's all okay. And on that friendly note, it is time to wrap it up. So thank you everyone for being here. I just wanted to check real quick how many likes we had. Let's see if we can get it up to 80. Is there 2 more likes in there that we can push it up to 80 at least? And that would be really, really awesome. And Sue is flying off to go feed the mammoths and the polar bears and the other critters as well, I'm assuming. Hurry back, Sue. And on that friendly note, I am going to say my things here. I'm going to say a Happy New Year for many of you who are going to end up going over that New Year line soon. And we're still over 24 hours away. We're actually 26 hours away from it. So some people are getting close. They are probably only about 4 hours from it. So I'm going to say Happy New Year to all of those good folks that are still out there doing their thing. And it'll be a New Year's Eve for them very, very quickly for the rest of us. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone. And most of all, please, please, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and this was a VolcanoX live stream. We'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, New Year's Eve. We'll see you then. Take care, good night, and oink oink.